Hello, everybody. Yo, Raptor, welcome in, and good afternoon to you. I hope you are doing really well. Let's see. Sorry, just got a message. Okay. All right. Welcome in, everybody. We are painting some Solar Auxilia today because my week has not gone as I had planned. I am equipped to start what I was wanting to start. So where are we looking? Why is my camera all the way over here? Oh no. All right. Well, let's get some painting in. Winding down a bit from a busy day at work. Yeah. Hopefully it wasn't a bad day. I had a crappy day yesterday. All right, we'll talk about as we get going. But I hope everyone had a good weekend. What's up, Lord of Trex? I agree. Work is for nerds. Right. Quick, simple highlights on this brown gray is our color here. More admin stuff left for tomorrow. Nice. Okay. All right. Hopefully your work day tomorrow is a little easier then. I had a good weekend. Then yesterday everything kind of went to crap. Finally have my 2 months notice. Excuse me, so you can finally leave. All right. Found something better to do. Yeah, I worked at a job where the last about year or so, like it was always an easy job anyway, but the last year there was nothing for us to do. So I would go and I'd literally clock in and sit around and do nothing for 8 hours a day. And maybe once a week I would get about 10 minutes of work to do. And that was it. But it paid well and the benefits were good. And I was going to get a severance when I was done. So I figured I'd stick around, and that severance was really nice. But yeah, man, it was miserable. Job site shut down. Yeah, I understand. I get it. Still Paint Pot, what's going on, man? I want to chat about some different stuff. Played some Heresy this weekend, so I got a game to chat about. I watched a movie that completely destroyed me, so I want to talk about some movie stuff. I don't watch movies often, and I saw this one on there, and I was like, I heard this is good. I heard this movie is really good, so I'm gonna check it out. And yeah, it completely wrecked me. Yeah, I did that. Man, got some shelves and stuff in and started cleaning out my workspace to remodel it and get things ready. And I think I found a hiccup in that whole process, so that's exciting. Staying for the severance and the $8,000 bonus. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, that's what I did. It was a good choice. I don't think I would have been any better off leaving a year earlier and missing out on what was essentially a year's salary extra is what I ended up getting out of it. So yeah, so I'll go ahead and talk about this movie. This movie that completely destroyed. It was a strange movie, but yeah, the movie is called The Whale, and it was a movie. It was Brendan Fraser, and it was like his, like coming back into acting kind of thing. Um, and I can give you guys a brief premise. It looks kind of goofy. It's definitely like an Oscar bait kind of movie. And I think he did win an Oscar for the movie, which is awesome because he was amazing in the movie. But it's basically about a man who is dying because he's so morbidly obese, and he has like a family that he abandoned, and all this stuff. There's like reasons behind everything, and I watched the movie, and as I'm watching, I'm like, man, like there's some sad stuff, and it's like there's moments in the movie, like it's supposed to be a pretty sad movie. It's like basically just a dude that's given up on life, and then right after the movie was done, like I just sat there and like tried to process like everything that was going, like that happened in the movie and stuff, and I just started bawling. I was like, this is too much. This movie was way like hit all the emotional places basically. um yeah, it's pretty intense movie, honestly. um Very, very weird movie. Lots of like it doesn't sugarcoat much, I guess, with like people facing like morbid obesity and the issues that come with that and everything. And um, yeah, very, very interesting movie. Very sad movie. And like I said, I was kind of destroyed after that movie. So that was fun. I also watched. What else did I watch? I watched The Hateful Eight, which I had never seen before, but I watched that. I watched like the director's cut or whatever. So like on Netflix, they have it broken down into like 4 episodes, like four basically 1 hour episodes, maybe like 40-minute episodes. What's up, Raja? And yeah, so I watched that. It was pretty good. This is a Tarantino movie, like everybody sits around and talks for 3.5 hours, and it's like the goriest thing you'd ever seen. So, uh, you know, Hateful Eight was pretty good. And then I also watched Midway, which I knew of, and I love like classic, like World War II, like war movies. Like I was a big fan of those for a long time. And I watched Midway, and Midway was strange. So I didn't dislike the movie, but it was like going back in time, and not like going back in time to the 40s with the war going on. It was like going back in time to like early 2000s, maybe mid 90s, to where we had all these like war movies that came out, like World War II, like celebrating, like everybody in the cast has like a New York, New Jersey accent, and it's like super gung ho, and like the U.S. won that battle. Yeah, it was like the turning point in the Pacific like theater, basically the Battle of Midway. Um, but yeah, it was weird. It was like watching like a '90s war movie, which is strange for a movie coming out in 2019. So it was that was an interesting thing, but it was really good. It was a fun kind of movie. I don't know about fun, but um, there was a Midway movie that came out in like the '60s, I think. So it was cool to have like a modern adaptation of the film. Yeah, we destroyed 4 carriers, like decisive U.S. victory. We did lose a carrier though, so it was. But it was, yeah, very decisive U.S. victory, like a trap the U.S. laid and everything. So, um, and again, yeah, turned the tide of the Pacific, destroyed most of the planes. It was like a lot of the experienced aviators, Japanese like naval aviators. Yeah, yeah, big thing. Working at home today because the office still, yeah, it's flooded. Yeah, yeah, one side way less productivity because people don't like telehealth. Yeah, you're getting your arbiters bill. I love it, dude. The thought of like me doing a telehealth appointment with my doctor, and like on the other side their just desk is full of 40K minis that they're like assembling in between phone calls, is it's such like a warm feeling that brings. I love it. Hmm. So that's great. It's basically what's happening here. Yeah. Yep. This is the coolest possible outcome, Raja. Yeah. So yeah, watched a couple movies this past weekend. 3 of 4 built. Awesome. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're moving. Love it. I was gonna assemble some minis today, and man, this just, oh my god, yesterday was so bad. So to take you guys back about 8 months, I took my wife's car in to get an oil change into the dealer, and so they do the oil change, they do like tire rotation and stuff, and I get a message from them because they like send you a little video message, like what they're doing on the car and everything. And I get a message while I'm waiting at the dealer, and they say, "Hey, the what are they? The bolts sheared off, like the shield, the lug nuts or whatever that hold the wheel in place. They're like, sorry, you need to buy new ones. It's gonna be like $250." And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. Um, and so they put on new ones and they did it for free because like, oh, I'm not gonna let you drive out of here all unsafe and everything. I was like, you're the guys that broke it. Like, you're the only people that removed the tires off my car. Like, this was obviously like someone in your service department over tightened, the lug nuts the last time you did the job and messed it up, and you guys had to fix your mistake. Like, no way am I paying for that. Well, I finish up and I check out my car, and in the process of them having to like shear off all these bolts, because apparently it's a really messy process, they completely like gouged out pieces of like the rims on the car, and like there's a little like rim cap in the middle, the little like Honda logo on it, and it was like all gouged out, and they had like messed up one of the wheels, like all this, like it was ridiculous. Um, so I told him like, hey, look, like here's the deal, like here's this thing, and I looked at the video before they started the work. Like, they sent me a video, like, yeah, we're about to start on everything, and you can clearly see that wheel has no issues. So I sent them like a screenshot from the video, and I sent them like, okay, 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 like we'll order a new wheel for you, like we'll fix it. Okay, great. I had messaged the guy that I was in contact with like twice, and things were on order, and then I never heard from him again. And to be honest, it kind of just went into the back of my head, and I kind of forgot. Me and my wife both kind of forgot about it because we're busy and we have other things to worry about, and it's not like an urgent problem, right? So I take my car into the dealer, the same dealer, to get my oil changed. And last week, this was on Monday, last Monday. Besides the fact it took forever, I was in there for like 4 hours. I don't know. I don't know why. I was so mad. I was in there 4 hours getting oil change. Uh, they I spoke to the guy when I came in, the maintenance dude, and I mentioned like, hey, I have this, this wheel that was supposed to be replaced. When are you guys gonna do that? And he's like, oh yeah, he's like, let me look that up. And we found the guy who I was in contact with, and he's like, yeah, he's like, they don't have a wheel in, like they're waiting on a wheel or something. And he's like, let me talk to him. I'll have him give you a call. Okay. So he gives me a call, and he kind of talks to me about it. And he's like, yeah, okay. He's like, well, I'll order one, and it should be here by Thursday. If it's not here by Thursday, give me a call, and we'll find a time for you to, we'll make sure it's in. We'll get you to replace and everything. So, blah blah. It doesn't come in Thursday. I call him Friday. And they get one in. They say, hey, it'll be you can come in. When can you come in and get it replaced? Just replacing a wheel, right? So a wheel and the little like cap or whatever. So I schedule an appointment. I go in on Monday, which is yesterday, and I'm like, okay, replacing a wheel. Like, I know it's not like the easiest thing, but also like it's not going to take super long, right? And so I asked the guy like how long it's going to take, because I need to stay there for the car, because I can't just leave. I don't have means to just leave. I don't have a second car that I have like, tethered to the car I bring in or whatever. So he's like, yeah, it'll be about an hour because we have to like put on the lift and everything. And I was like, you know what? I'll do an hour. An hour's fine. So I'm there and I'm waiting and I'm like, well, like I didn't eat breakfast because I was like, I'm just going to be here for a little bit and then I'll come home and it'll be fine. 2 hours later, I get the little video message from the tech like, hey, got your car and we're starting on it. In his message, the very first like shot, because like a little video message, which is nice to do a little video message, they tell you everything they're doing. The hood of my car is open. I'm like, why is the hood open? And he's going through and he's checking like my brake fluid and my wiper fluid, and he's checking my wipers, and he's like, yeah, he's like, well, it looks like your wipers need replaced, and your fluid levels are okay. It looks like your air filter needs replaced and all this stuff. I'm like, what are you doing? Just put the tire on. In the video, the tire is like the new wheel is like sitting next to the car. It's right there. Like the guy could have just put the wheel on the car and been done with it. But it took him 2 hours to get to my car. And then the guy's sending me a video. He's going through like all the diagnostic, like the whatever checks on the car. I'm like, just put the tire on the car. Like, I want to go home. It's been 2 hours. So I messaged him. I said, please just put the tire, like put the wheel back on the car. That's all I want. I just want the wheel. I thought about writing more, like whiny things, but that's not who I am. So I erased those messages. But turns out that takes him 20 minutes. So, what's up, T-Slayer? So 20 minutes later, I get a message, my car is ready. Alright, great. Well, I was chatting with the guy when I came in, and he was talking about the whole situation with my original wheel they ordered. Because he said when I originally had this problem last summer, they ordered a new wheel, and then, according to him, Ukrainian hackers hacked the infrastructure in the U.S. as Ukrainians specifically is what he said, which I think it was China. It was like Chinese hackers. But anyway, so I already know where this is going. But he said Ukrainian hackers hacked the system like with ransomware, and all these companies paid them off. But their whole system was down for a week, and so they lost. Like, mind you, this is a big dealer. Like, this is a really big, like Honda dealer that I'm working with here. This isn't like some little shop, And he said, yeah, he's like, and your wheel came in, and it never got like put in the system because it came in like when all their systems were down. Yeah, and then he said it just sat there. He's like, I forgot about it or something. And he's like, when I went to order your new wheel last week, as soon as I ordered it, the procurement lady like messaged me and said, hey, I just returned a wheel. And he's like, yeah, he's like, that was probably the wheel that you just returned. So we had to wait for a new one to come in. This whole thing. But, you know, let's blame Ukraine for you not being able to get a wheel for me. But yeah, that whole process. I was there for 2.5 hours yesterday for them to replace a wheel while they were checking my wiper fluid. Like, all they had to do is... I was so mad. So, that was, like, part one of my, like crappy day yesterday. And this whole thing, like... You know, I get home and, you know, I'm starving. And I've been messaging my wife. We do meal prep every week. So we try to, like, you know, do, like, healthier meals and stuff to have, like, good lunches or breakfast or whatever. So we had roasted a whole pork shoulder for a meal prep for this week. Well, that pork shoulder took way longer than it normally takes to make. And then, like, it didn't cool down, and we made a big mistake where we put a large container of it in the fridge, and it hadn't cooled down enough. And my wife took it out of the fridge yesterday morning, and it was still warm in the fridge. So big blunder. I don't think we've ever done that before. I don't know. I don't think my brain is working properly. It's like this weekend. But long story short, all that pork is bad. Like, all of it. So, like, a good, you know, 15-pound pork shoulder and the meal prep and what was my lunch, you know, for yesterday was all bad. So yeah, that was a whole other thing. So I'm like, I don't know what to eat, and I had to, like, figure out, you know, how am I gonna get, like, protein that I need, basically. So that was, like, a whole issue. I'm just using you guys to rant. I hope you guys don't mind that I'm just gonna continue ranting. So that was a whole frustrating thing, and then there was something else that happened yesterday. I don't even remember. There's too many ridiculous things. Yeah. So long story short, I did not get the work done I had planned on getting done yesterday. Because I planned on going to the dealer, spending, you know, half hour, 45 minutes at the dealer, coming home, eating my quick and delicious lunch, and then getting to work. And instead, I spent most of my day just doing nonsense. So yeah, let's redo this week. I'm just gonna consider this Monday, and we're doing a Monday stream. Dealer makes you so mad, though. They always take forever to do everything. Like, you know, if that's what I'm prepared, like, I know they do a lot of, like, diagnostic things or whatever. Like, it is what it is. But there is no sense in taking 2 hours to get my car in the back and then doing all the extra stuff when it's very simple what needs to be done. Make it a Thursday instead of a Monday. Man, I like my Mondays. I'm sorry. Mondays are like my like most chill day. So, you know, it's my day of, like, normally absolute quiet and just, like, doing stuff on my own, because everybody goes, you know, the family's back at school or work, and I have the day just to, like, catch up on stuff and Yeah, yeah. So, me missing Monday is frustrating. It's not like the end of the world, but it's not just that it's like I had all these things planned and almost none of it because I was like trying to fix problems all day. Super frustrating. What's going on, Tuvon? How you doing? I had some minis I was gonna finish painting, and also like my workspace is all like messed up right now because I have a bunch of shelving units coming in, and I want to have everything set by the time they get here. So I am clearing out my workroom. Then I have to figure out how to like start moving some of this stuff. I don't have 3 hours for an oil change. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Really stopped going to dealerships. Yeah, yeah. Them. So the reason we go there for like service is because they do full synthetic oil changes for $20 if you bought your car there. We bought our car there, so it saves us like $80 on like a high quality kind of oil change. And I'm kind of fine to pay a few bucks extra for some of the extra services and everything. But yeah, it's man, on a local shop for things like that. I need yeah, Raja. My dad was a an automotive mechanic for 40 plus years. Like that was his whole career, and yeah, I am by no means an expert or know much of anything about how to fix cars. But what I do have is a resource to call when the when the dealer sends me a message and says, "Hey, this thing's broken. We need to fix this, and it's going to be this much money." And I call my dad, and I'm like, "Hey, this is what the dealer says." He's like, "No way." He's like, "No." He's like, "That's not something you need to do." Dealership, and I know the dealerships are about the same, but they are off my list of ever buying from again. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there was when my wife and I were first we bought our first cars, which this car that I actually had serviced yesterday was my wife's first car. The only reason I have a second car is because someone hit mine and it was totaled. But um, when we were shopping, we bought both of our cars at the same time. We're in a pretty nice spot financially. We paid off all our student loans. My wife was pregnant for our son, but we had like crazy disposable income. We're like, this is the time. We had no debt except our house, like our mortgage, which is dirt cheap. Um, so we're like, all right, like this is the time that we buy cars because both our cars were pushing 20 years old at the time. So we we went to a couple different dealers and we knew what kind of cars we wanted, so we were just like, well, let's find the dealers that have them and we'll go through there and kind of see which one we like more basically. And we went to one, and I remember it was crazy. We went in and we talked to the sales guy. It was this older guy, and I'm like, okay, like here are the two cars we want, and what is your best like out of door price? Like give me the final price, like after all the after everything, like the out of door price. Like what's your out of door price on these vehicles? And he's like, well, he's like the out of door price is the cost of the car plus the tax, title, and fee. I was like, okay, so what'll that be? He's like, well, it's the price of the car plus the tax, title, and fee. And I was like, yeah, okay. So what's your out of door price on the vehicles? He's like, well, it's the car price plus the tax, title, and fee. I was like, can you tell me what the actual number is on this? He's like, yeah, it's like, here's the price of the car. And I was like, okay, like, is that the out of door price? He's like, no, that's plus tax, title, and fee. And I was like, what? I was like, what do you, what are we doing here? Like, what is, yeah, what is, um, what is that actually? Yeah. Yeah, and I was like, dude, I don't like. I know what the tax title and I know what those mean. I just need to know like what your number is. Like, if you're not going to give me a number, because what the dealerships, what a car dealer will do is, they put the price of the car on, like the sticker price, and then after you decide to buy the car, they put all these extra fees. Like they'll just put like a $500 like fee just because. And people are like, oh, I'm paying $20,000 for a car. What's an extra $500? I'm not going to argue it. Like, oh, yeah, it's an administrative fee. They have to, print out some papers for me. So that's worth $500. No, it's like you get the out of door price, like out of after everything. And that guy was refusing. And I was like, all right, like, cool. I'm never going to come back here and never going to go to this dealer again. I believe the dealer was Roush Honda in Columbus, Ohio, if you're curious. So never go to that dealer. But yeah, so that was a fun and quick experience of being belittled. Looked out with Toyota dealership. Salesman did a lot to keep me under my floor price. That's cool. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I do hate like car dealerships though. I tried doing sales as a job for a short time, and it was miserable. Like I have never felt more guilty like asking people to like give me money for something. And like I can't imagine what it takes in your psyche to be like cool, not only like okay with that, but to like push the upsell on people and like try to be dishonest with people to make a sale. They work on volume, not commission. Interesting. Work story. I get to work and have a message from a coworker. She says, I've been accidentally assigned to your seat. Everyone around me is telling me this is your seat. Are you working from home today? I replied, no, I'm on my way up now. I get upstairs. She's still in my seat. She's picking her stuff up. She's like, oh, I thought this was taken. What? So she was like, I thought this was taken, and she was already putting her stuff down and sitting in your seat. Then you know what you got to do, man. You know what has to happen. I don't know who this lady is, but I do sales for work. Sell furniture on hourly plus commission. Yeah, disgusting. Too fun. Disgusting. You should be ashamed. I mean, I get it. Like you gotta make your money, right? So she waited until I showed up to pick her stuff up. Oh my god. Uh, that's so weird. Did you wipe everything down like in front of her? Like just pull out like a Clorox wipe and just start wiping down your keyboard and your chair and everything. Just start Febrezing stuff before she even walks away. That's the move. Yeah, stare in the eyes or just spraying down everything. Yeah, you use like gym equipment. It's like ugh. That's like why does that make me think of just knowing exactly how to save money where they can? Yeah. As long as you're not taking advantage of people. That's the thing. I mean, I literally do commission work, but yeah, I don't think I could ever say I've upsold anyone on anything. Um, it reminds me of like, you guys ever have these discussions, or have you ever had in your workplace someone that takes other people's food and eats it? Like someone packs a lunch and then like half their lunch is missing when they get to like their actual lunchtime. So we had a guy in a place I worked. Someone kept doing that. Unfortunately, they never touched my lunch, but they would. So we worked third shift, and one guy I worked with, he'd get to work and he'd show up at lunch. He'd be like, "Hey, he's like half my broccoli in the container is missing or whatever." Like what's going on? And eventually he started getting suspicious. And he would talk about it at lunch, but it was never like a thing to accuse someone. Eventually he would count like how many pieces, like how many vegetables he put in the container, and he'd come up, he'd be missing half of it when it came to lunchtime. Well, to me, that is like one of the like most disgusting like violations like in the workplace. Right, like absolutely vile. Yeah, and like it sounds really dumb, right? Like he's counting his broccoli before and after. Like it sounds like you're freaking out, but like if someone stole from my lunch, like I'd feel violated, honestly. Like who knows what they're doing with your food, right? Like sticking their hands all over your sandwich or whatever. Like that's vile. Like I cannot deal with that. Uh Yeah, like they're grab. Okay, so they grab six pieces of broccoli, right? But like, are they sticking their hands in your food? Are they like using a fork, but they're like eating it and then like sticking the fork back in, just like grabbing broccoli, or what are they doing, right? Like that's a big deal. Well, we eventually found out who did it, and they didn't do anything to the guy. They just told him like, hey, stop taking food out of people's lunches, and that was it. Like they'd be fired so quick if it were up to me. Like that's not only is that like stealing from people, but like yeah they could be like making people sick. It could be all kinds of crazy stuff. Um, yeah, and people were laughing at the dude when he was like counting his vegetables and everything. But like I'd be doing so much. I'd freak out the first time I noticed something off. And I remember reading about situations like that, and like people would get their lunch stolen, or people would be eating out of their lunch, like okay, it's like a Friends episode, right? I don't watch Friends, but that's like a famous thing, right? Where his like leftover Thanksgiving sandwich, and it's like his boss that is stealing the like eating the sandwich, and he's freaking out. It's like, that's funny. And the guy's like, all right, Zen, you have a good day at work, man. Clean up your workstation there. Make sure she sees you. But it's like, that's funny. Like this guy doesn't care that he's stealing a sandwich, and the guy doesn't think it's that big of a deal. Like that's a huge deal. Like Ross is always really creepy and like disturbing, but he is 100% in the right here to freak out about someone eating his sandwich. I'm just gonna continue to rant all day, guys. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah, I remember seeing that scene and I was like, "What is? I don't understand why this is like why the dude's just like, so what?" Like that to me, that's a fireable offense. Someone who decided to add ghost pepper to their lunch, employee kept eating their lunch. Yeah, yep. See, but then I've read stuff like that, and like the company would could like come back on people for like purposefully like sabotaging things. Like, it's like you're setting traps for people. So I've heard of them like coming back on the employees. Which again is absolute bonkers that is ever a thing to come back on an employee. I like spice. Yeah, yeah. Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No way to prove it, but does an HR department need to prove anything? Yeah, laxatives are definitely a trap. I used to. People used to get really mad at me at a job I worked at. It was actually the same place, but they would do every month if we hit particular like goal numbers, they would cater a lunch to us. And the company went. They did really well on their catered lunches. Normally it was like pizza. It was like good pizza, but sometimes they go like above and beyond. They get like some crazy restaurant if they could get everybody to agree with. But I worked with a bunch of like old boomers that had nothing to do all day except complain. So the most whiny bunch of people I'd ever worked with. But anyway, um, they we ordered wings one time. They catered from a wing chain that's like really popular on the Midwest, and it's not B Dubs. B Dubs is garbage, but uh, good chicken wings, and there is a particular flavor of sauce that I like from this chicken wing place, but it also happens to be their second, like highest level spice sauce. An Italian place cater a lunch for the Saturday before Christmas was made. That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah. Um, so I like the spicy sauce from the wing place, and what they did was they ordered um, they budgeted so that everyone could order 20 wings. Every person got 20 wings to order. That was just like how the budget worked out or whatever. And so they basically took like, hey, what 20 wings, like what sauce do you want for your 20 wings? And they order like if three people ordered the same, they'll order like a batch of 60, right? And then people get what they wanted. Well, I ordered this sauce, and I was the only one that wanted this sauce. Granted, there were like 12 people that worked here. It's not like it was like crazy odds of me being the only one. But I ordered that, and when people heard what I ordered, they all started complaining, saying the only reason I ordered that sauce was because nobody else could eat them. And so I would make sure that, that like no one would be eating from my wing container. And I was like, well, like first of all, I don't want people eating from my wing container. Like I got my wings. You guys have yours. Like eat your own dang wings. But second of all, like why is it like you cry eating a bell pepper because it's too spicy, and what right do you have to complain about what I'm eating? It was like a whole thing. Like, oh yeah, yeah, you just ordered that so no one else can eat. No one else can eat your food or whatever. And I was like, yeah, anything and everything those people would complain about. Three geese in a trench coat. What's going on? I'll paint your first mini. All right. Congratulations, dude. Did some testing with metallics. Cool, cool. Yeah, your wings don't take exactly. Yeah, yeah. This place. Yeah, yeah. You gotta tell us about mini. Yeah, if you're testing metallics, man, I'm curious what you got. Chaos Warriors from Age of Sigmar. Very nice. Those are cool minis. The Slaves of Darkness minis are among the best looking Sigmar minis, definitely. Hey, Warrior Sozin, what's going on? Yeah, so at that job, these people they would complain about everything, and like literally everything. So there was a period in time where they announced that our job was all going third party, or department was being eliminated, and it was going to take some time, like 2 years. So slow process, and they said, "Hey, we just want to give you guys a thank you for sticking with us, and we will do severance, and we'll have a nice severance package, and do all this other stuff, but we just want to make it worth your while now. So we're gonna give everybody, in addition to like we'd get like an annual bonus and everything, but in addition to your bonus and everything, we're gonna give everyone just $2,000, just straight 2 grand. It'll be on your next paycheck, just as like a thank you for sticking with us, and and being patient. It's been like a long process and all this whole thing. So like cool. Not people have worked at that place for 20, 30 years. Like they're not happy they're losing they're not happy that they're going away, but you're just getting like $2,000 just because, right? I'm sure there might have been more shady things the company was doing, but free $2,000. We have that meeting. We're leaving that meeting, and almost everyone in that meeting. And granted, this job didn't pay like this wasn't like people making six figures. Like $2,000 was a significant chunk of money for these people. It's for all of us. It wasn't like these weren't like engineers and stuff working. It was like basically warehouse work. Uh, as we're leaving this meeting, everyone is complaining about it. Not about the fact they're going to lose their jobs, not about it's going to take 2 years to get a severance because they're stuck there. It was only $2,000. One guy was complaining that after taxes he's barely going to get $1,000 out of it. And so that's ridiculous for the company to just give him $2,000 because he's not going to see that much on his taxes. And just like, you have to be the dumbest group of people I have ever worked with. Crazy. He's only getting $1,000 extra on his check after taxes. So obviously the company should have given more as a payment on top of his regular paycheck. The heck doesn't want free? Exactly. Yeah, that was like the whole thing. They were like so mad. Everybody there was just like so furious about it. Base code's blocked it. Yeah, dude. Put it in whips. I have so many stories like that. People complaining about the dumbest things. Was that whole job. Oh, it's already there. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take a look in a minute. Let me finish. This is the last dude I got to do this gold on. I'm gonna take a look. If I can finish the highlights on these guys, say it'd be great. Good. Varnish and get them off the bases so I can paint their bases real quick and have these guys done soon. Yeah, guys, I played a game of Horus Heresy on Sunday. Don't know if I told you guys about that. I haven't told you guys about that. I was tired on Sunday, but yeah, I played some Heresy. I got to use my militia for the first time. I allied my militia with my actual Thousand Sons. I want to see the minis. I want to see the minis. All right, got that highlight. Three geese in a trench coat. Oh, Tuvon's posting his minis. Oh, 3 geese in a trench coat, push minis. Yeah, the Doomstalker. Man, I love that shade of blue. That's great, man. That's great. Doomstalker is my favorite Necron mini. What you need for Custodes, you basically need the normal stuff that you have for 40k army. And there's some extra like resin things that Custodes get in 30k. Hardly hold those. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, just take your time. We'll get there. I'm going to use, I believe it's Dark Ivory. It's our next color, and we're going to start highlighting the ivory cloth on these guys. Yeah, so Heresy game. Go through this game. Let's see. I can kind of run through my list real quick. So I took Thousand Suns with Militia Allies, and let's see. I took a Praetor. I used my that Librarian mini, the Forge World one. I took that mini to use as my Praetor, which is really cool. Yeah, Custodes are they're really good in Heresy. Heresy isn't a super balanced game, but if you're playing Custodes, just talk it out with your opponent before you play a game. Let them know you're playing Custodes, and like, don't. Heresy's not the game to take like the most like powerful thing, because with any army, if you're taking like the strongest thing, except for like the mortal armies, any Astartes or Custodes army, when you start taking like the broken combos, like you just lose friends. But yeah, you basically can play with what you have in 40k. So yeah, I took a playing the new It Dynasty. Yeah. Narrative, not competitive. Yeah, it's so much more fun. Yeah, so the game I played on Sunday, I was playing my Thousand Suns with Militia Allies against Dark Angels. And the guy actually gave me a mini to paint. So I'm going to paint a Dark Angels, like just like a unit sergeant, but I'm really excited about it. It's a really cool looking mini. He's been like, he'll use like the minis and then like 3D print like sword arms and stuff. It looks great. To Warrior Stozen, you type like I do, man. I type like a toddler. You type better than I do, but Orphan Nihilek, as well as their colors. Played 90, even though everyone's doing the pick 2 custom data. Yeah. Paying 40k line right now. Nice. Timid Tempest. Choose between Space Marine facing all the terrors of the universe. Has to throw at you. Probably facing gruesome tasks or living as a human on an aggro planet. Probably the human. I choose the peaceful life. I'm a coward, though, so I don't want to fight. I had like a really... I tried to take like a well-rounded list. I did take a Contemptor Dreadnought with 2 like Gravis Power Fists. And I took a Leviathan with the Siege Claws. The Leviathan did work. Did absolute work. I was so proud of that little thing. That tank, or that Dreadnought, has always done well. It one-shot a Spartan, Land Raider Spartan. And then one-shot a squad of Inner Circle Knights Cenobium, which are like the elite Dark Angels Terminators. So, and then it was wrecking through a bunch of Tactical Marines. Kills me quickest. I don't want to be in the 40k universe. That's fair. That is totally fair. I think we're going to send him, as well as Gimmin, to be commission paint. Oh, really? Okay. They are great minis. Yeah, I've painted the line once, and I've painted Gilliman twice. The line is a lot less tedious to paint. But, yeah, Gilliman's fun. I'm a big fan of blue and gold. So, yeah, I took a little bit of armor. Big tactical squad. I took Despoilers, which are like melee tacticals, basically. I took an assault squad. I took my Keenatai blades, the dudes I painted up, the 2 dual like power sword guys. Commission for your March narrative partner. So it is not Evelios. These are my own. Yeah, so I did tell him though that, because we're matching color schemes. His Auxilia, we actually like coordinated color schemes on his like Prospering Spire Guard that he's painting, and mine. So we kind of figured out a color scheme, and I had told him that if he doesn't get his stuff painted in time, I will have 40 Solar Aux and a couple vehicles painted by then. So he's got a lot going on though, and he doesn't paint full time, so his I had to be more patient. I'm like, why is your stuff painted yet? And he's like, I got a real job. He's actually traveling out to mini wargaming like next week or this week to play some games with his other stuff, some other games. So yeah, Robert right next to you, nice. Yeah, so so what happened to the Inner Circle Knights? Uh, so I charged his Land Raider Spartan that had the Inner Circle Knights in it with the Leviathan. I box card the charge. It was an 11-inch charge, and I got 12, the 12 inches. It was the one good thing that happened to me on, I think it was turn 1 when that happened. So I ran in, and then I blew up the Land Raider Spartan, like exploded. The boy had his weed. He did. Yeah, he was bloodthirsty. So I ran in and literally blew up the Spartan, which is such like a low odds to do anyway. And when it blew up, no, all the Terminators survived, all the Inner Circles survived. But then he decided to go ahead and charge me the next round. He didn't shoot me. I think because he had like the plasma weapons, and the plasma weapons couldn't wound they're like the plasma flamers. So they couldn't wound so he didn't shoot me, so I couldn't return fire. But he charged me and I overwatched. One of the Meltaguns killed an Inner Knight Snow. He basically just failed an invuln save and killed him outright because it instant deathed him. And then he charged into combat. We all struck simultaneously. I think he did 1 wound to my Dreadnought. And then the Siege Claws are strength 10. And they're brutal 3. So every wound I cause, he has to take 3 saves. And if he fails one of them, they die. And he was on his 4-up invuln. And so I think I caused 4 wounds. And he had to do 4 brutal 3 like invuln saves. And failed at least 1 in every single one. So I just wiped him. It was a beautiful thing. Everything else in my army did nothing. Like, did terrible. I was definitely on track to lose that game when we stopped. When I get Gilliman Commission done, I want a helmet. I hate it. Yeah, I have the helmet on mine. Yeah. Yep, it's the smart thing to do. So what work I'm playing Combat Patrol with on lunches. Motivated to get me painting. Yeah, that's what you need. Need the motivation. Again, I'm 20 plus hours down on my 21 Velatari for this event. Oh no. Yeah, work limits it, and also, most of us don't like discover like the most efficient ways to paint things, right? And so you're kind of figuring out a color scheme, and you have to figure out like how am I going to do this, and it takes a couple squads worth of painting to really get that system down. So hopefully it's like, you spend 20 hours on the first squad, but maybe 15 on the second, and 10 on the third, and then you kind of get into a rhythm with them. That's kind of the goal. Cat chewed the helmet. Oh no, that sucks. It's yet to paint the face. Yeah, Leviathan did great. What else? I took militia. I took my militia command squad, and I took 60 militiamen, and then my sentinels with the autocannons. The autocannon sentinels did a surprising amount of work. More of an annoyance, but they ended up killing a couple minis. They didn't pay for themselves, but the militia died to stiff breeze. So that was that. I think they ended up killing 3 tactical marines. So I had one 80-point squad of militia infantry kill 30 points of marines in a round of shooting.
First of all, let me take just a moment.
Otherwise, they were
allowing me back into your
worthless. Marcus, welcome. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? I had a Xiphon, so I love my Xiphon. That mini is just too cool. Um, I brought the Xiphon, and my opponent had Deradeo with the Skyfire missiles, the anti-aircraft missiles, and he almost shot it down, intercepting it when it came on the board. I had survived with one hull point, but I was snap shooting, and so my snapshots did nothing. So it was gonna die real quick. Yeah, just a brutal, pretty brutal game. It was fun though. It was a ton of fun. We were throwing dice and killing stuff, and that's Heresy. I filled the board with bodies, with militia bodies. Yeah, I'm excited for March. So it's a little like team tournament kind of thing, or a doubles. I think it's a doubles tournament is what you call it. So for Heresy, so it's 3,000 points, 1,500 points per player. And we're gonna play a couple rounds doing that. And so my partner in this, we had been he started a Solar Auxilia army and was already coordinating color schemes to match my Thousand Suns. So it's just like a perfect fit, right? We're not sure. We were talking different strategies and list building. We're not gonna like cheese it or anything, but we're gonna try to make a coordinated army that covers our bases, but isn't like, yeah, we're not trying to like curb stomp everybody. We're just, you know, just want to have fun and make a cool thematic list. We can break it my 2K Necrons for painting. Combat Patrol 1K 1250. Yeah, nice. That's the way to do it, Tuvon. Yeah, man. It's a good way of being efficient with your time. Paint for the armies and paint for your games. Love doubles. Way more laid back. Yeah, yeah. I had my Kinatai blades, and they got overwatched to death. Basically, what happened to them. 1250 of dread mobs, and you're doing hyperphase. That's cool. Necrons and orcs together. Shoes the Killicans blowing themselves up when they shoot. Oh yeah, the dread mob, they do that, don't they? That's fun though. The store I was at had a Krieg Battle Force box on sale. I was really surprised actually that they had one in stock. I thought that would have been something that sold out immediately. Could show her swear her ones, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Sometimes it happens. That's kind of luck though. Like, you know, it'll all even out eventually. Better for the luck to be worse in the practice games than in the tournament. So what happened with your kill team? Yeah, they just destroy themselves, huh? Yeah. So when the last like tournament I went to is for Middle Earth, and I was playing some practice games with my buddy Killicam, who is probably the best like miniature gamer I know, and the dude just doesn't care to like join in on competitive. I mean, he's super busy too, but um, so we're playing these practice games, and I cannot roll like a good like hit dice to for anything, and he keeps crushing me in battles, and like we'll get to a point where like we get one fight in and like it goes the wrong way and I'm like that's all I can do. Like Frodo dies and I'm out. Like let's re-rack and try again. We did that. We played a couple games and I was like, all right, I'm gonna get massacred at this tournament, but that's all right. I'm playing fun stuff. I'm playing the Fellowship of the Ring. Like that's so cool. Like in a tournament, and I'm gonna have fun. So I go to the tournament, and my luck is the complete opposite. I literally did not lose a fight in the entire tournament. I didn't lose an actual wound on any of my minis in the entire tournament over 3 games, including a game against Killicam, where the luck just completely went my way in every single way imaginable, and yeah, so I won the whole tournament because my dice just rolled better than everybody. And like if you can laugh off the losses, right, and the horrible luck, like you can laugh off the wins, right? And like people were asking me afterwards, and they were like, "Man, how'd you do that with the Fellowship, which is not a very good list. It's not like a competitive list or anything." And I was like, man, my best strategy, my best strategy was just to roll better than everybody else. And when you can do that, you can win games. It's amazing. Like when you don't fail a single thing that you need. Um, yeah, yeah, you just win. It's crazy. It's crazy how that works. That's absolutely what happened. Me and my partner are testing some silly stuff. My list with an Arvis, yes, the Aegis defense line's so cool though. Do you actually have an Aegis defense line? I have 3 of them that are all painted, and I'd forgotten about it until I was like looking up random rules. I'm like, man, whenever I have my militia army, I could totally take an Aegis defense line, and it's like perfect for them. Partner does. Oh, nice, nice. Happened in our last doubles. Bought a set of dice before the start. Forgot the dice I meant to bring. Perfect color dice for my death card. Yeah, yeah. They just roll better. It's exactly right, Star Laser. Yeah. I honestly felt a little bad winning that tournament just because, again, like, the last time I'd played Middle Earth, like, I played a couple practice games, but I don't play the game regularly. So the last time I played, like, in any fashion was the March before, and this was in December, the end of December when I played this tournament. They did a tournament in the previous March. I was like, cool, I'll join in. I haven't played in a year, but I'll join in on that. So I did that, and then I just didn't play for 9 months. Play a couple practice games with my buddy, and then jump in this tournament. I just win, and it was like it was all luck. There were a couple decisions, right? Like you gotta play the missions a little bit, and was trying to play it a little safe. Legolas was going nuts, just killing everything in sight. Um, yeah, and yeah, my characters just didn't die. Sam killed he killed 2 models. He was my one hobbit in my list, and he killed two minis through the tournament and survived all 3 games. So he did crazy good work. Are you guys doing Avelios? Are you doing Solar and What's your other team? Your partner's faction. Like if you're bringing Aegis defense line, it seems like I mean maybe it's just for your solar that you're using them, but tell me you're doing solar and militia or something awesome like that. Oh, solar and mechanicum, dude. Mechanicum's really good, but yeah, you're playing like double mortal armies. It's rough, buddy. I offered my partner to bring my militia army to do militia in solar, but he made the good point of we have this theme, and the rules interact with each other for the Legion Auxilia and everything. Um, so it's only appropriate that we do the Thousand Suns and Prospering Spire Guard. I was like, all right. Yeah, 30k Mechanicum are really cool. I'm excited to see what they get next. There are way too many like awesome directions you can take the Mechanicum for their next like couple releases. Four Lemas to offset some of the squish. Yeah, I mean you're running Auxilia. You got to run all the Leman Russes, right? You doing the tank commander flare shield thing, as is the manner of Solar Aux, right? Yeah, you got to be able to put up a fight. Yeah, I don't know how many people are going to be there, but my philosophy with 30k is I feel like the mortal armies, so Mechanicum, uh, uh, the militia and Solar Aux are at such a baseline disadvantage with just everything. Like their units are more expensive for like similar things, but then also you don't have the options. Like all three of those armies just melt in melee. Like they just don't have it. So like I am always okay with mortal armies people like cheesing it, as much as they can, because that's what it takes for those mortal armies to like stand like a chance against like the most basic marine army. So hey, BC Maze, what's going on? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it though. Yeah, there's one dude. I don't know if he's actually going to be there, but the Blood Angels player. He does it every single time. He does it to everybody, where he runs his Day of Revelation. And since no one takes a lot of like intercept reactions, he just deep strikes and wins on turn 2 or 3 every time. And so he acts like his army is the most broken thing, but he continues to like take the stuff. And he's like, yeah, he's like, I'm super good at the game, and I'm gonna show the new player how to play. And then he just like tables him on turn 3. So next time I play him, I'm gonna bring so much intercept like cheese nonsense. And I'm gonna table him on turn 3 when he deep strikes on me. Waking up once my house is awake, I'm gonna try to get out painting on my new desk. Oh, nice, that's awesome. Yeah, I saw you had like a new setup going and everything. That's great. Yeah, mechanical minis are great. Yeah, it's a two-thirds point efficiency. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It kind of is. Yeah. Yeah. The way to play those armies, it's like a whole mindset. Like it's basically you sacrifice your entire army to score the objectives. Which you kind of do in a game anyway, right? Because there's no like carryover in a normal game. But just Solar Auxilia, it's so much more like desperate, or like any of the mortal armies, it's so much more desperate of a situation. It's like you have to like claw for every little point. I do think there's an advantage to militia over the Solar Aux, though, is the amount of options militia get and cheap artillery. Those two things I think give the militia an advantage. Should we do something? No, let's do the rifles. We'll get the red a little bit. Get some silver highlights and which also recur like resurrect. Is that what you're talking about? Or like units come back or what? Sorry, I'm not sure what. You can get militia units to come back. It's one of their provenances, like basically one of the like army traits you can choose. It's not a very good one. It's like really low on like the priority list for militia players. Honestly, I did use it in my game yesterday just because I only took basically just like militia infantry, and I figured it would be good for them. I can run them out there, they can die, and then potentially just come back. Um, so it's like I was purely using them as objective grabbers, and I wasn't bringing any armor or anything. But yeah, there's some really like you can take mechanicum or marine vehicles with your militia, which are just gets like insane levels of power if you really want to go overboard with it. Like you can take rhinos for almost all your squads, and you get those rhinos multi meltas. They're only ballistic skill 3, but they're twin linked, so you can just get like 50-point little multi melta carriages running around the board, which is cheaper than a sentinel with a multi melta. That's I think 70 points or 75 or something crazy for a garbage sentinel with a multi melta. Or the Triarios, which is insane. You can get those as transports, which are better in every way and cheaper than a Dracosan, which is weird. His Blood Angel is funny. Yeah, he is playing the less powerful Rite of War, but the Rite of War he plays is like it's like a gotcha, right? Like if you're playing in a serious mindset in Heresy, like people bring the tools to max out their intercept reactions, and when they do that, the Day of Revelation just falls apart. But when you're playing new players who don't know what intercept reactions are, like I was having a conversation with someone in the Discord, and they're like, I don't know what that is, and I don't know. It's like you're playing against someone like that, and then you bring that list like it's like it feels bad. Yeah, it is. And again, it's not even the best detachment. Yeah, or the best Rite of War. The better one is I think it's called Day of Sorrows for Dark Angels. It's basically like Siege of Terra Dark Angels, so nothing can deep strike. But you get like crazy extra rules on all your units. But yeah, just yeah, he goes all in on the deep strike one, like deep strike assault. And again, I think it just feels bad. He was my first game in Heresy, and looking back on it, it was a super unfriendly game. And he's a nice guy. He's a friendly guy. I think the community he plays in, like he plays with his brother a lot, who like, and they're always like super competitive and stuff. So I think that's just kind of the group he normally plays in. But when he played against me, we made our list. We shared our list ahead of time, and I brought, it was like my Age of Darkness box plus a couple extra things. And hey Felix, what's going on? He brought his Day of Revelation, like full deep strike army with like a Melta pistol Moritat that just fires like 12 Melta shots at point blank range wherever he wants, and all these units. And he also brought a is it a Cerberus? I think is what it's called. It's a Lord of War. It's a super heavy. It's a Spartan Land Raider Spartan with a Titan laser on it. And when we play, now that we talk about it, we play, the common thing you do is you talk about your list with your opponent, and if you're bringing anything egregious like a Lord of War or a Primarch, you ask your opponent for permission, and it's very much you make them understand, like, hey, this is really strong at doing this. I'm bringing a Lord of War, like, please bring something to counter it. Like, yeah. Yeah, Intercept is hard to get from Mortal Armies. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, he is. He is a Velios. I've been seeing that. Yeah.
It's cold. And
Yeah,
that's what I
cool.
call high quality H2O.
Delicious water. This is the Ranting Dad stream. Yeah, I had fun playing the game against him. It was my first game of 30K. But looking back on it, it was super super unfriendly. Definitely not the way you want to introduce people to the game. And I see him playing people like with their first games, and he's like, "Yeah, I was over on turn 3." And yeah, that's not the way I like to introduce people to new games. Puts a bad taste in people. Like, you got to let them win the first one, right? Like, that's kind of what you do. You give them the good taste of the free first ones. They get excited to play again. Yeah, no, it's not fair. One side stomps the other. Yeah. Yeah, especially for friendly games. Yeah. The first hit's free. Exactly. Yep. That's my way. I taught maybe 50 plus people how to play Star Wars Armada when I was like running the group at our local store, and was always the same. I told them to pick out some cool ships. I would pick out some cool ships to play against them, and I would basically walk them through how to win. And they'd win, and we'd roll dice, and it'd be a lot of fun, and they would come back the next week. And when they start making their own fleets and stuff, then I'd play a little more serious, and I'd beat them or whatever. But that's fine. They were in the game, and they were having fun, and they knew that they could win. So my partner this past weekend, or my partner Blood Angels Cheese beforehand, and the three of us sat and talked a couple hours afterwards. Okay, that's good. I know we were talking about in Discord. I was trying to help him like figure out some intercept stuff, and like how to plan for playing against Blood Angels. And I don't know anything about Mechanicum. I can't even pronounce the names of the Mechanicum units. So I was probably, I don't know if I was hurting more than I was helping. But Han Solo, his activates before everybody else. Warrior Sozin, yeah. Han is cool. I never ran Han Solo. Like, I played Armada a lot. That was my game for a very long time. Probably still my favorite miniature game. Put yourself in a fair fight, your tactics suck. That's true. That is true, Hetzer, yeah. Yeah, exactly. See, I can't read binary. I can't pronounce whatever crazy pig Latin GW is inventing for the names of those units. None of it makes sense to me. 15 games, never won a single game with Armada. Yeah. Well, what we would tell people in our group, like I said, I think I taught at least 50 people how to play that game, and I would tell people like, hey, this game is a lot of fun. It's I mean, if you played 15 games, it sounds like you're having fun, at least for part of it. But I said that the game is pretty easy to pick up. I said it's very difficult to like get good at. It's a lot of like planning. It's a lot of movement, and a lot of people don't understand that the game is one with movement and your deployment and stuff. So there are times you play a game and like just based on the way someone deployed, they're going to lose. It's pretty easy, like tell, right? So we would tell people like just be prepared to lose your first 20 games or so, and then you'll be pretty good at the game. We had a lot of good players in our area too, so it wasn't just like a whole bunch of pushovers. Misjudge the speed and turning. Yeah, yeah. What I would do, um, before like, yeah, I would set out a map, and I would put my ships out, and I would try to figure out, um, like exact positions of units after they made certain moves, like how certain turns would relate to certain things. And so I would practice maneuvers for my ships, and I had figured out like some pretty crazy stuff that ships could do, like how to like leapfrog ships and spacing on ships to where you could turn them and shift them, or how to turn an entire formation in a turn and like keep them all like even with each other, and all kinds of stuff like that. So I feel like I got pretty good flying just because I would set stuff out and like figure out maneuvers. Like that was it. Um, yeah, I played that game a lot. Ever did play a tabletop game as such as the hobby, it would be orcs. Playing for the fight rather than for the win. Yeah, yeah. Sounds like an orc player. Yeah. T Slayer, I did play Space Marine 2. Yeah, I have it. I streamed the campaign. Me and Zendro and a couple people played through the campaign together. And yeah, we did a couple what do you call it? A bit of the PvP in the game on stream. But I don't know. Got a little bored with it. See if they add something big and crazy. I don't know. See if I jump back in. Zestfolk, what's going on? Yeah, I was playing Mountain Blade, the Old Realms mod. I've been playing that a little bit and having a lot of fun with it. It's a lot of fun. Working on some miniatures, really. What kind of miniatures are you working on? Again, I don't want to like I said. The guy that plays the Blood Angels in our group, he's a really nice guy. Like I'd consider him a friend. It's just I think he just comes from a like a space. His like gaming space is very much in like the competitive mindset. It's just not quite where people are with Heresy. I think there's just a mismatch there. I don't think he gets to play much either. So like when you play, you want to bring all your like your cool stuff and all that. So all right, we finished that silver bayonet miniatures. Okay, okay. Napoleonic War Game, Supernatural. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've heard of that. Yeah, I remember seeing some announcements for that game. That's cool. All right, here is what I'm gonna do. Where am I looking? Oh, finished project. Okay, I see it. Yeah, some Napoleonic dudes. Very cool. I love it, man. Good job. I don't think I've ever painted Napoleonic minis. Like that era of minis. Okay. Next. Excuse me. Let's do some little things here. I need to put a little bit of a wash on here on some of these parts, just because I did these separate. Who's this one? It seems like a right awful bugger. Yeah, he is. He is. Painting wife was streaming with me once, and we asked her to explain the Horus Heresy. And she does not know what the Horus Heresy is, so it was fun hearing her explanation of this guy named Horus, this like dude that just wanted to be a space marine. So he did the heresy and became a space marine. Car versus pistol and ball, who would win? Yeah. I mean, if he's not wearing a helmet, like the pistol has a good shot. Yeah, I was playing that old Realms mod for Banner Lords, and I was messing around last night on the game and started a game with as an Empire commander, and they start you with a flintlock pistol, and it's incredible. It's so great just to cap people. Okay, set you back. All right, a little bit of wash on these guys. So, that is drying. Next thing, we need some silver. And there are two things I'm doing with this silver. This silver container seems to dry out a little faster than the others. So first thing, I'm going to get a little brush, really little brush, and we're going to paint in the eyes, the eye lenses on everybody with the silver. First part. After we're done with all these lenses, we're going to go through the silver parts on the minis. Do a quick highlight. Silver there. Kill team of those pith helmet guardsmen. Oh, the Praetorians. Yeah, yeah. That's probably never going to happen, to be honest. I could be really off base here, but I feel like the only people that really care about the Praetorian like guard regiment um, is are like British people, and I think GW recognizes that that's not as big a market as something else. The British are making a comeback. I don't know about that. Alright, next bit of silver. We can do a slightly bigger brush here. Do quick highlights. Just top of the rifle. Good painters, like he reminds you how bad I am. Nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the wet palette's the way to go, man. Wet palette makes your life so much easier. I'm also too lazy to learn new techniques. I just do my regular techniques faster. That's my way of learning how to paint. I'll stick with my well palette. Airbrush paints split when I put those on a wet palette. Yeah, yeah. Because your wet palette is too wet. Or you're leaving them on there too long. Yeah, keep in mind I do this every day. Like, I literally sit down and paint minis for hours every day. So please don't ever feel bad for me, painting nice minis or whatever. I still don't think I'm like amazing for how much I paint. I could be spending this time learning how to do like new things and stuff, but not when there are commissions to do. I think I get to my own armies, and it's very much I just want to get them done so I can play with minis. What palettes is going to measure out my colors easier? Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's what eyedroppers are for. I don't know how thin your paints are, but that is one thing I really like about the flip top bottle caps for the Pro paints, because they actually drop out. Like it's you can measure those out in drops, which is really nice. Because yeah, I'll measure out paints, and I measure by the drop that comes out of the bottle. Highlighting seems so confusing. How do you make it go from looking a splotch paint to looking raised or nice? Yeah, it's just highlighting is an interesting thing. Uh, it takes practice, and I think it's one of those things that like you can't just like understand by like reading it. You really have to actually like try it and practice what you're doing. Um, because it's a lot about like catching how the light sits on minis. Yeah, blending is really tough. Yeah, I agree with that. I hardly ever wet blend. It's just time consuming and I guess time consuming and can be difficult. Um, but yeah, it's very much thinking about like where does the light touch this part of the miniature? And when you can kind of internalize that thought process, highlighting becomes a lot easier. But it's not something I feel like you can just read about and be like, oh yeah, I get it, and here I'll do it. But yeah, when you do it so often, it's just kind of natural that you figure out like, all right, light source is here. This is kind of how this would reflect off of this. Like this is where I put the highlight. For the most part, it's just the raised areas. MSP primarily, which all has dropper bottles. Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. That's oh, what is MSP? Bigger bottles, but feels like they'd be better at normal droppers. They're already thinner than most paints. Yeah, I mean, you get more paint for less money with Pro Acryl. Yeah, I think they just wanted a unique bottle design, right? White when you're highlighting. Yeah, so when I highlight, typically when you start highlighting, if you don't have like an exact color that's there and you want to like mix your paints, you kind of pick a neutral color to use as your mixing color. And there are a few really popular ones, and there's some reasons why I use certain colors. I don't usually use pure white. Uh, when you mix colors with pure white, I think pure white like desaturates the color too much. It like washes out the color and it makes it almost look like you just mixed white in with the color. It's weird. So a very common thing to do is to find a warmer, like off-white color, like an ivory type color, which ivory is my main color. Yeah, Wraithbone is like the GW color, like a really pale ivory color. So it just has a little bit of like a tan in it. And you slowly start mixing that color, depending on how many layers you're doing for your highlight, right? But you mix a little bit in with your base color, and you start building up with that. And you add more and more, or you move over to a brighter color eventually, or something like that. Learning painting, what I was taught was when going brighter for highlights, you also want to move slightly over on the color wheel. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Usually mix a dry brushing with a highlight. Yeah, you can mix those. I do a lot of dry brushing on my minis, especially like larger minis, or when you have like a surface basically. Warrior Sozen, thank you so much for the sub, man. I appreciate it. sound notifications suck, but thank you. Thank you. Um, yeah, bigger minis are like that base color. Instead of doing like a normal highlight, I'll normally dry brush it. Forgot to add the free prime. Yeah, hey, I appreciate it, man. That's great. Thank you. We're seeing what the free prime was. It doesn't like auto renew. You have to remember every month, and it gets kind of annoying. But you can always dry brush and then highlight, like manually. Like there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it really is like what you're comfortable with, or what you want to learn, or any of those. But yeah, you can treat your dry brushes the same way you treat your highlights with your color choices too. Mix in that ivory color, or just using the brighter version of itself. Yeah, no, that's completely fair. That's a good call, Mercury. Yeah, if you're looking to practice, dude. Oh, sorry, just getting a stretch and a drink of water here. Almost done with the silver. On the table, it's always weird to me how fast the sun seems to be in 15 different angles, so I tend not to do them. Yeah. Now, Velis has a good point. There are a lot of paint styles out there that you'll see that look really good when you photograph the mini from one angle. People who paint Star Wars minis, I feel like, do this a lot. Particular lightsabers on minis. But yeah, when you actually set it down to play, it looks strange because the light isn't catching the mini in the exact place that you want it to. And so it just looks like a weirdly painted mini. Another reason why I keep my highlights simple, and I just treat it as almost like a top-down light. You know, like the sunlight at its zenith, right? It's all the rage. But do you know anything about true metallic metals? Have you tried it? I'm pretty sure true metallic metals is just painting with like metallic paints, right? Unless there's like something with that that's come out and I haven't heard about it. I am so terrible at non-metallic metals, and I'm scared to learn, so I just never have. I feel like I could. Non-metallic metals, like if you ever start doing that, that's when you really start learning about light sources. It is you need like a crazy understanding of light sources, and then you need to also be a good painter to do it well. How light works amazing. Yeah, yep. Okay, using metallic shader highlight looks good from all angles rather than one angle. Yeah, aluminum powder instead of mica. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the Vallejo air paints are really nice. They're way too thin for my liking for brushing on paints. Yeah, BC, to me, when you say like true metallic metals, I just assume like, yeah, like metallic paint to paint metals, which is like what I'm doing right now. I never felt like when you're working with metallic paints that you need to highlight a whole lot, because the glossy finish, like the shiny finish on the paint, typically does a lot of the work with highlights. Yeah, otherwise I feel like it's pretty much your regular paint. I do kind of simple highlights on them, and then that's it.
Look at me!
All right, where am I looking? Painting a gradient. The only thing I would do is maybe use some white at the highest point. I don't know if I would use white on like a true metallic Yeah, yeah, you can do Instagram. Yeah, that's fine. Uh, yeah, just finding like brighter and brighter silvers is probably the way to go with that. But like, I don't think you need to go as this like high of a point with metallics, because again, like the reflection and like the flakes and the metallic paint would do a lot of work for you. So you're not needing to highlight to quite a degree. All right, Instagram JD Hetzer. Oh my, that's so cool. That is the coolest looking gladiator I think I have ever seen. Guys, he turned a gladiator, a Space Marine like Primaris gladiator, into a Bradley. That's so cool. And that's so well done. Yeah, guys, go look at JD Hetzer's his mini that he just linked. I mean, that's so cool looking. Um, BC Maze, Vallejo metal color. That's really, yeah. There's quite a few that are really bright. Yeah, they get extremely. They have a chrome. I think they actually have a chrome color. It's extremely bright, but they have a pretty decent size range. Maybe like 15 colors for the metal colors. I own four of them, and I own, is it steel, silver, aluminum, and gold. They only have one gold, and their gold is very muted, but it's also like my base color for my Thousand Suns. Let's get a little bit. The tread detailing looks good. Yeah, it looks so good. We're gonna do a little bit of bright neutral gray. Let's grab this little banner thing here.
First of all, let me take just a moment to thank you for allowing me back into your home.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Chrome is super bright. Yeah. Aluminum, silver, and gold. I haven't delved into the rest of the line. Oh, okay, you saturate. Yeah, I like the desaturated look of their gold, but yeah, adding some saturation to it. I can see it being really good. Yeah. Burnt iron. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely have like a good like wide range. Okay. Did that a little bit. Let's get, where is this color? This one, yeah. Caramel brown. With that, we'll go real quick. Where does that go? It goes right there. Trying to not take forever on these minis. just these rifle stocks here. I think we'll try to do our red highlights after this. That's our last like big step on these minis, and it's just kind of finishing them out. So. I need these finished because they're taking up my folders here. So all of my handles are spoken for. I need to be able to put another 30 minis down. So I gotta. It's my one of my motivations to finish up stuff. So Painting Son and I did start and finish a game of 40k. Wants to learn how to play 40k, so we're slowly working our way through some games, and we played one 1,000-point battle. He wanted to play Space Marines, and he wanted to play against my Gene Stealer cults. So yeah, I definitely lost. But I don't even know the Gene Stealer cult rules. I was trying to look up their rules like while we were playing. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. But you're playing with no stratagems, no like command points. And yeah, he had like Marnius Calgar with company heroes that are just like such a brutally like tanky squad. It was fun though. He had fun with it. By offspring is inevitable, yeah. Well, Painting Sun has a habit of bragging a bit after he wins games, and so I don't mind losing. That's fine, but he goes on and on about it. So he said he wants to play again, and I asked him. I said, "Do you want me to try hard this time?" And he's like, "No." And I was like, "All right, all right." Yeah, we played that. We played the Warhammer 40k Risk, and the first time we played it, just me against him, and he had first turn, and like that 40k Risk, it's not like a very good Risk, but it was very much like he had first turn. He took half my territories on the first turn, and then like the game was over. Like you had to complete three objectives. You can complete at most one per turn. He won on his third turn. Like that was it. And I was like, okay, I won. He's like, man, I beat you so bad. I stomped you and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, dude, all right. We played again. I did the exact same thing to him. Like I did like the opposite, or like took 3 turns, won the game, and he hasn't bragged about being the best at 40k Risk ever since. That sucks. Sucks because it's your full-time job, dude. Just talking to the VA. We did what I want to say. Oh yeah, I got a Painting Sun fencing story. You guys are up for a fencing story. It really is. Refusing to give me my contacts. Oh my gosh, yeah. That's so annoying. I hate that, dude. I hate that. Oh, do you want me to try this time? Yeah. I am, like I said, I'm more than happy for him to win, and I love when he, comes up with a good plan and does it and all this stuff, but it's just when he gets a little too braggy about it. That's when it becomes an issue. So Painting Sun has been fencing. It's like his sport. And he has his first tournament coming up. It's now about a week and a half away. And so last week at his practice, his coach she basically ran through like how a fencing tournament works, and then did like a mock tournament with the kids. They did like their own little practice tournament. And the way fencing works, it's really cool because matches are generally pretty quick. So what they do is you get put in a pool and you play everybody in the pool. And if there's not multiple pools, I think a pool's up to 8 people, then whoever wins the pool wins the tournament. But if there's multiple pools, then you take like you play through the pools, and then you have like the person did best plays against the other pool, the person did the worst, and you kind of match people up based on their record. So they had 7 people that were playing. It was, they had more than 7 people. There was like 14 people there or something, kids there. So they separated them out, and they had 2 pools. One of the pools was basically all the kids that have been doing it for over a year. So the kids with the experience. And then they had the kids that were just starting in their own pool. So my son was in the new kids pool. And they were doing quick matches, just playing to 3 points or whatever, or 3 touches or whatever you call it. And they were doing that. So he played his first 2 matches. He lost his first 2. And they only got through 5 because they're trying to rush, and they don't have like tons of time in their practice. But they ended up playing 5 matches. He won his final 3 matches, and I was quite proud because his last match was against a really young kid, and he was being like very good and very kind to the kid. And his dad actually came up to me and said, like, commented about how my son was a really good sport and everything. And I was like, thank you. Yeah, like, it's good job painting, son, for being, showing kindness and respect to your opponents. But when it was all said and done, he was the only one in his pool in his little tournament with 3 wins, which means he won the pool. His little mock tournament, like, a little practice tournament at the school with all the beginner kids, he won. There was one kid there, and I'm not here to disparage this 7-year-old, but kid was cheating really bad. And the coach was seeing it, like she was calling him out on stuff, but he was doing the same thing in every one of his matches. And when the painting son wasn't in a bout, we were watching the games, and me and him were talking about like some of the other kids and how they're fencing, and I was telling him like the best way to like figure out how to beat someone is just to watch them play and see how they do things, and you can kind of figure out what they do, and then you come up with a plan on like how you're going to beat them with it. So we were watching this one kid, and he beat my son. Is my son's like second match. And what he did was, whenever they basically said, begin or whatever, he just ran forward and just jabbed like just did like this, like ran right up to the kid, like full force ran, like didn't like advance properly like you would like in a fencing match. He just ran forward and just like jabbed like 100 times until he got like a touch. And so when he played against my son would sit there and like, block, and then eventually like one would get through. I was like, all right, like let's figure out something with this kid. So we were watching him, and was playing against this girl, and the coach pointed out when she told the girl he was playing against, she's like, if he's gonna run to you, just stick your arm out as far as you can. Just stick your foil out, and he's going to run into it if he's running forward. And in fencing, if you both touch at the same time and one person's running forward and the other person's standing still, the person running forward gets the point, or the person running forward gets like loses the point. The person standing still gets the point. And so, me and Painting Son are watching that. We're like, well, there's the strategy there. If you go against this kid, just stand still and hold your foil out as far as you can. Yeah, it's a super easy counter. Yeah, you literally just hold your foil out. And one of the things we had talked about is, instead of looking at their sword, because a lot of kids, when they're this age, like sword fighting is really fun, but when a lot of kids sword fight, they look at the other kid's sword, then you just try to hit the sword, right? And kids kind of still do that, these newer kids. And I was trying to tell the Painting Son, like, our thing is, you don't look at their sword. Like, you block their sword when they come after you, but you want to try to hit them, not their sword. Don't ever worry about hitting their sword when you're on the attack. Like, it's your job to touch them. Like, every time you touch your sword, it's just wasted. So, like, if they're swinging or they, try to lunge at you and it goes past you or whatever, so what? Like, just let them have it and just attack them and score the point. And so we talk about some of that stuff. So I think he was hopefully taking that to heart a little bit. We'll see. But we had talked a lot about
First
how
of all, let me take just
you don't need to win.
Thank you for
You don't need to win the tournament. This is a first thing. You're going to learn how a tournament works. And that's what it's good for. Hey, Elrodog, welcome. So it's not that big a deal if you win or lose. You win all your matches, amazing. That's awesome. We're going to celebrate. You lose all your matches, it's awesome. We're going to celebrate you, doing a tournament. But, we can learn stuff from it. He wants to keep doing it, and he wants to learn. Try to learn from it. It's a lot different than playing something like soccer. Like a team sport. This is all individual. too much white gold on that too. Yeah, it's very different. Yeah, but we're excited. We're excited for his tournament. It's at 8 in the morning on a Saturday, which is pretty miserable. But all right, it'll be over quick. It's not gonna take the whole day. It's 2 hours at the most. He's gonna get a whole lot of fencing in.
I believe every day's a good day when you paint.
Hey, John Lockridge, thank you so much for the sub, man. 14 months. It's awesome, dude. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you having you around also. It's always great to chat. Solar Ox. Yeah, see you later. Okay, alright. I had a commission I was going to start today, and I didn't hear back from the person, unfortunately, until it was a little too late to start, so... I've been behind the ball all week, and I went on an hour-long rant this morning about it, so... No need to get on that again.
I believe every day's a good day when you paint.
Raja, thank you so much for the sub, man. 16 months. You guys are crazy. Absolute crazy. Thank you so much, though. Behind the 8 ball. I just got Christmas decorations taken down. Oh man, yeah. These highlights don't need to be as clean as Al's and Sons. Armor's a little more rough and tumble. Alright, I'm going to take a minute. Guys, I'm going to use the restroom, and then I'll be back, and we're hopefully going to finish this these white gold highlights on here and be close to getting these guys done. So, be back in just a minute, guys. Alright, I'm back. What is this? BC May subbing too? Thanks, man. Getting really quiet. I really appreciate that, BC. Alright. Next dude here. Heavy on the highlight. The whole idea with this highlight is to make this this red look a little more metallic and to make it a little more worn looking or natural, right? Like someone's actually been wearing this armor. Second concept is important because we make mistakes, we'll do much highlighting or we miss a spot, it's okay because it's supposed to look a little uneven. the wrist pieces here. And that is number 4 done. We're coming together. It's going well. These greens and purples on the sergeant and the Vexilla. Get the glow on their eyes. A little bit of weathering. Yeah, thank you, Felix. I appreciate it. Doing all these little highlights. And I don't do a ton of highlighting on my minis. But, you know, it's getting every color. This is my second las rifle section for my Auxilia. They really are just meant to be like an allied force with my Thousand Suns, but you know, if one day I eventually collect enough to run a full army, it'd be cool. I'm not a fan of buying tanks, so that'd probably be a very long way in the future. I do want Aurochs though, or not Aurochs, the Arvis lighters. Those are really cool. And I can use those with both my militia force and with the Solar Auxilia. You just paint them the same for both. Alright, Sergeant done. Imperator as well. A tank destroying the Infernus. The Infernus is like a need for me. Like, I'm definitely getting an Infernus. Just from, like, pure nostalgia. I'm gonna get one. I found this way too late, but I found an STL someone made to convert the plastic Dracosan into a Valdor tank destroyer. I was like, man, this would have been perfect if I would have known about this before I assembled the Dracosan mini I had. I totally would have turned it into a Valdor. Oh, that was cool though. It was like changing the bare minimum to turn it into the destroyer. It's like a cool way to utilize the plastic kit. I think the Infernus rules are complete garbage, but doesn't matter. I'd use it anyway. Yeah, for me it was like way back in the day, Forge World, when they were first coming out with like Siege of Vrax and the Death Core of Krieg and everything. And they showed off that mini, and I don't know, for some reason that mini in particular, I was like, that's just like the coolest mini. Because it's so 40k and just like so out there. Right, a giant Titan flamethrower on a tank. Yeah, no way was I ever gonna pay the $400 or whatever for the Forge World one. To Infernus. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so you charge it up, right? That's the mini you just charge up into the enemy's face. And like dare them to blow it up. Don't even worry about it shooting the first turn. You just flat out, straight ahead. And if it lives past that first turn, then you start shooting everything. It's a giant, what are they? What are they? The little, dang it. The little drones that you can get, the little ground, like, detonation drones. Just treat it like that. Highlight on this back belt. Plastic third. Yeah, I think that's coming. I think 30k Bane Blades are coming. I'm really curious what they're doing with the Arvis rules, how they're changing it. I'm hoping we see something like this week. And I hope they actually do something to improve the rules and not just like, hey, look, it has a multi-laser on the back. I hope they actually do something good for it. And I hope that's a sign of things to come. Where they're actually willing to adjust some of the more egregious rules. Because yeah, Bane Blades could definitely use a fix. They're way overpriced for what you get. I don't mind them being expensive, but they just need to do something. The big Bane Blade cannon with a 5-inch blast is like a crime. And it's like AP4 or something, like it's awful. GW really did look at the Mortal Armies for that game, and we're just like, nah, we don't want these to ever win a game. Test multi-laser? Ooh yeah, huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you would do you'd have to magnetize the door, right? If you magnetize the door to open and close, then you glue the gun into the door. I feel like that would be the way to go. Yeah, Pain Plate's armor 13. Yeah, the Solar Ox one is armor 13. The Militia one is armor 14. I think what happened to the Heresy rules. The door pit. Yeah. Yeah, he might be able to tuck in there if you fold him up. Like, just, yeah, he might be able to fit if you close the door and he's, like, still standing there. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't looked at the mini close enough to have any kind of gauge. Yeah, so the Militia one's armor 14, but the Militia one also has the third line rule, which is actually really good for it, and it's cheaper. It's cheaper than the auxiliary one. But it gets auto pinned. You know, you can't glance it. If you cause a glance, it's a pin. So they both get pinned on the same number. It's just the auxiliary one has the one more point of armor value. But yeah, the Militia one. The Militia one, it also doesn't give any points when it's destroyed. So normally the opponent gets a point for destroying a Lord of War, but this one doesn't give up any points because it has third line. Yeah, that third line rule sounds like a detriment, but it really is a bonus. Especially considering the Militia vehicles are all like 30 points cheaper at least than the Auxilia ones. Like a Lehman Russ is 120 standard for the Militia. And it gets pinned, but it's still armor 14 on the front. It's not like it's easy to pin, right? And it just never gives up points. Yeah, I'm convinced the Militia have the most fun rule set in Heresy. Which is why I'm excited to be collecting them. Making good time on these. What's your Velios? What's your color scheme for your Auxilia? I know last time I saw them, I think they were all assembled, but nothing was painted. Yeah, 2.5 isn't going to give a Xenos. No, the only hope for Xenos and Heresy is the Liber Panoptica stuff. That's GW mixing 40k and 30k, and they won't do that. Yeah, as cool as it would be to have Xenos and stuff in the Heresy stuff, like Heresy is Heresy. An excuse for them to release, 100 Imperium minis a year, 100 different sets a year, and still have a full game. Yeah, I hope the 2.5 release is good though. If it's coming. I kind of hope it's not. I mean, if it's like a 2.5, that's fine. I don't want like a whole other edition. I think this edition can use a little bit of cleaning up and it'll be good. I want it. Yeah. Oh, cool. All right. Yeah, points restructuring, some rules clarifications. Yeah, just things like that would be nice. Adding in some of those units that were in 1.0 that they took out. It'd be cool to have actual Imperial army. Like a midpoint between the Auxilia and the militia, but you get stuff like chimeras and Valkyries and platoon structures. If they put a platoon structure back in the game, I'd freak out. Like old school guard platoon. It'd be amazing. Booted you from stream? Oh, weird. Okay. Alright, I'll jump in there in just a second. Let me finish this dude. Take a look. See your Auxilia. Okay. It's 9 down. Man, they're looking good, though. Group's looking good. Welcome back. Welcome back, Kosu. How are these? Oh yeah, they're like the green ones, man. Yeah, you got like the actual like army green colors. Nice. How horrible was that Dracosan to paint? All that trim. The bronze is a nice color for it though. Thanks, Ghost. I appreciate it, man.
Let me take just a moment to thank you for allowing me back into your home.
71 Wayne, welcome. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? Good evening to you. You in the hobby? $24 of painting. Yeah. My Dracosan took way too many hours. It was bonkers. It was insane. Color 6 time. Uneven. 2 uneven used tape. Yep. I think cathartic after the first 50. Yeah, I vowed that the rest of, if I get more Solar Aux tanks, because I have like the battalion box that I finished painting. If I get more tanks, I am not painting gold trim on them. I'm going to do very minimal gold trim, and the rest is just going to be the basic color scheme. So I'll just say that the tanks I'd painted were commanders. That Dracosan was absolute nightmare of the gold on it, the weird trim that they expect you to paint on it. No, never again. Yeah, it's the dumbest thing. So yeah, just ignoring the trim is the way to go. What I really like to get to paint one day. Yeah, there are a couple Star Laser. What are the new Malcador and Furnace tanks? Yeah, I want to get one. Yeah, that's on my list. I don't know when I'm gonna get one, but I definitely want to. I want to paint one to go. 3 Malcadors, pretty much the same. 3 tank destroyers, yeah. The Infernus looks so good. Minis I want to paint. So like the new Fulgrim looks like a lot of fun to paint. So that'll be a thing. Hopefully someone sends them to me. I don't know if someone will, but hopefully they will. I also really like, I don't remember what the mini's called, but it's the Nurgle like Sigmar mini on the horse with like does he have like a scythe or a staff or whatever? I can't remember what he's called, but it's like classic artwork turned into a mini. It's probably the coolest Nurgle looking mini I think I've ever seen. And that's definitely a mini I'd want to paint someday. Yeah, it's a really cool sculpt. It'd be fun to like be in a place where I could just sit down and spend like forever in a day on a mini. It's just not something that like I'm able to do. Like I have this random day because of like my schedule worked out really weird. I'm sitting here painting Auxilia, but these minis should have taken me like 3 days to paint. I've been on them for like 3 weeks. So, yeah, like Gosu. Yeah. Valkadors were crazy. Yeah, and you chose a really time consuming route to paint those too, Velios. Yeah, I like being able to paint a lot of minis. Like it's fun. Like I paint a ton of minis. I paint a ton of minis for myself and for other people, and like that's great. But it'd be nice to just be able to slow down. Nearly enough or fast enough. One kill team takes me like one. Hey, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Actually, with these guys, so I'm like recording this, and I've been filming myself painting these. I'm gonna try to make a little YouTube series out of these. Um, Basically, like how to be the most efficient you can be when you paint minis. So kind of like a paint minis fast kind of thing, but trying to make it a little more like encompassing. From like your mindset through, like planning and yeah, like using your time to the best of your ability. So yeah, it's hard to get out of this style too sometimes. Yeah, I think what ends up happening a lot with me though is like I'm like, man, I have this really cool mini to paint. I want to sit down and take a bunch of time to paint it, and I'm like, like 3 days in, I'm like, man, I have work I could be doing instead, and so then I try to like rush through it after that. All right, 9 more. No, I definitely don't. Yeah, it gets hard to branch out too because of that. Pretty cool to paint 700 minis in a year, but get a lot of time to experiment with stuff. You commission painting competitions? No. I'm not a big fan of painting competitions. Mainly because, like, I feel like my philosophy of painting is just like, we do our best and we celebrate how we do, right? Like, some people are absolutely magnificent painters and they can, they spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on a single piece, and they do all these cool new techniques and all these things. And other people are just like, they have an hour of free time every couple days and they're just trying to paint that next squad for the game. And I love both. I very much try to celebrate both of those like ideas. And I think painting competition takes something that's like, like it's a hobby and it's something we have fun and, like, we're in this together and, we're enjoying ourselves as this relaxing thing that we do, and it turns it into something where it's like, I'm better than you because this guy says I am. And like it's cool when people can go and they win awards, and, like, we have an award-winning painter in stream right now in Gosu who's won painting competitions at Nova, nonetheless, like big painting competitions, which is awesome. Just not something that I care to do. And it's not like the part of the hobby that I'm super into. I do like going to, like, events and tournaments and showing off my armies, and I like I like having a, like, best painted army kind of incentive for, like, tournaments and stuff. But I think there's a lot more that goes into, like, a best painted army than just being a better painter. I think there's a lot of, like, cohesiveness and, like, the feel of the army and, like, what army you're bringing and and all those kinds of things that go into it. But also, like, that's, like, a fun part of, like, going to like an event. But yeah, my fun is not other people's fun, so I'm not here to say what other people are doing or wrong. Hey, Groovy, what's going on? I know some commission painters use them as springboards. Yeah, no, I don't do that. Yeah, it is a big thing. Like, you see a lot of those dudes that are winning competitions are also doing. They're either, like, content creators or commission painters or both, right? And they hopefully they're able to charge tons of money for doing what they do. Dry time, you putting 6 grab takes in the display case. Nice. Dang, dude. Congrats. Yeah, so we did a painting competition on my Discord once. And what we did was there was one judge, and the judge was my son. I think he was 6 years old at the time. So he was the judge for the painting competition. And so, yeah, he was a great judge. Yeah, so people submitted. We had 30, 35 submissions, and it was all him. It was what he thinks is the best painted miniature out of the group. So, a 6-year-old judging a painting competition is a lot different than, you know, like professional painter and YouTuber so and so doing this or whatever. It's, you know, I was trying to encourage people to, like, you know, these are things that the painting son likes, so, you know, try to find something he's maybe interested in and see if you can paint it, you know, and if he thinks it's just really cool, like he would, you know, maybe he'd pick it just because it's cool. Paint everything bright turquoise and green, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, he almost picked, I think in third place was a 3D printed Warhound Titan. Someone had painted, and if I recall, it's not something I would have ever decided was the technically like best painted mini, and that was like third place out of like 30 plus entries. But he saw Titan and he saw big, and the person had like a scale shot next to a normal miniature, and he's like, whoa, that's awesome, like that one definitely moves on. The second place was like a spaceship that someone painted for had like Drop Fleet or Drop Zone. One of those games was like one of those spaceships, and it was super bright colors, and the person had like a really good video to like show off all the colors on it. And the first place one was a Pokemon. It was a 3D printed Pokemon that someone had painted. That was, you know, that was probably definitely, you know, a contender for being best painted anyway, like I think from a technical standpoint. But, you know, painting someone was really into Pokemon at the time, so that one got the extra points from him for that. Ended up winning. I don't think there was like a physical prize. It was just like bragging rights and everything. But yeah, we judged it live on stream. Yeah, so we went through every one, and I, you know, I explained to him beforehand, like, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna look at the pictures. You're gonna pick out, you know, 2, 3, 4 things you like about each one. And then after we go through all like 30 something entries, you're going to pick like the top 8. And we're going to pick out, or like the ones that you feel like were the best, you know, group. And then we went through each of them again, and he gave them all a second look. And then he basically picked out, you know, like his top 3, you know, in order or whatever. And it was a good time. Of course, Air Kill Team or Build Another Night. Oh my gosh. I don't even know. I'm hungry. I'm not thinking straight. I can't make decisions right now. Welcome back, Zen. Welcome back. You still at work then? Seemed like you went in a little later, so half day might go a little later. Alright guys, so Zen was telling us that as he was going into work, or before he went into work, some lady called him and was like, hey, someone said your desk was occupied, but they told me to sit here. And then he gets to work and she's sitting at his desk. Yeah, so okay, you're home there. Okay. How much money are we all willing to bet that Zen that lady is sitting at his desk tomorrow morning? I am almost willing to put money on it. That either she calls him or something, or put thumbtacks on the seat. Oh, that's so bad. How do you justify that as not sabotaging? Oh man, I just love thumbtacks on my seat. So I do it regularly, and just the fact that she happened to sit on him. Not my problem. Okay. Almost done with this color. I want to get this color done. Yeah. Just make it real weird. Acupuncture. Still decided. Oh yeah, no. You rightfully should be angry at that. I don't know what kind of like. That's like the most basic, like social skill, right? Anyone sitting here? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna sit here. No, Zen, you know what it is. You know what it is. Yeah, lack of self-awareness sounds about right. She's from like the from like the like CEO's office. She's like his like personal assistant or something. His like secretary. She's testing you because they're about to promote you because they're like so proud of the work you've done. Like, we just got to do one final test, and it's like this little thing. Yeah. But it is, man. They're like, you passed the test. Here's your promotion. Like when she knows it's yours. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you wipe your stuff down in front of her. Just make it real weird. Oh god, no, she's sitting behind you. Knight. That's my vote. Reja is the knight. You're already on one theme. You're in on the knights already, so who are these people you work with, dude? Makes me terrified for humanity. I wasn't already, but man. Careful is going to magnetize? Oh, cool. Alright, alright. Well, you got time, Mr. Telehealth, so... Yeah, those big nights magnetizing, or at least not like gluing everything in place, is the way to go. Did your Lancer have like the like big auto gun thing with like the crazy magazine? Because that sounds like it'd be horrible to magnetize or to paint when it's like loose or whatever. Extreme cold or whatever, but 38, my right hold must get hot. Dang, okay. Huh. Yeah, it feels a lot better out. I agree with that. It was like, 4 degrees last week. 30 degrees sounds really nice. Yeah. When it comes to the Spirit and Shield. Okay. That's the Cerastus, okay. I don't know the difference between all the knights, so... Is working. The Brewer's Belt? Oh, cool. That's cool. Good to know. Order on Thursday. Sweet. Well, hopefully after this weekend, I'll be a little more settled in once this new shelving comes in. I get some time to get it all together, and I have some prints I've been wanting to do, so... Isn't a great shape for it. Most of them are. So does the Brewer's Belt, does it go right on your vat? Where does it go? Or does it go like around the printer? I'm not sure. I never bothered to look up what the actual Brewer's Belt is. Tron have ammo belts, and they're annoying as they look put together. Okay. Shame. Mini looks great though. I love that knight. You wrap it around the vat. Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh. I thought it was like something around the printer, and I was like not quite sure. Vat and plugging in the resin at 85-90 degree. Dang. Okay. All right. Yeah, all right. I can see the usefulness for that. Yep, wrists. A little bit extra time, we can do some minor things here. Cut a hole out. Yeah, I might have to cut a hole out, which is unfortunate. But cover, pulled the panel out, lasered myself a notch. Gotcha. All right. I wonder if I can drill a small hole that'll just fit the cord, but then I can insulate it with some foam or something, or cover it with some foam so it's not like the majority of the fumes stay in, right? I don't know if that's even how it works. I don't know. 30k AdMech Myrmidons on the printer right now. Oh, cool. All right. What resin did you get? Myrmidons are crazy. Each have like a 6-shot plasma gun. It's nuts. Frozen hyperfine. Okay. All right. Interesting. All right. Well, yeah. Let us know how it works. Curious to see some Myrmidons. I think one of the issues playing like the mortal armies in Heresy is that they're a lot more limited in plastic, which means that like we're less tempted to take the resin options, right? And when you're not taking the resin options, like there's some good units in those options, like Solar Auxilia have the rapier batteries. That can be really good. Same with like militia. Militia can use those too, and they're really good, but they're all resin, so they're hard to acquire. Yeah, I have no idea what would be coming for Mechanicum this year. I think Solar Auxilia are a little easier to guess. Like I said, I can't even pronounce Mechanicum unit names, so I don't even know. I could see some more characters and more of the Castellax equivalents. Basically, anything you see in the Legion Imperialis box, I bet is going to get a plastic release. If not this year, then probably next year. Or Mechanicum. Okay, this guy, 3 left. That's really the last problem I had with air bubbles. Okay. Yeah, you don't want air bubbles. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put down a little bit more white gold. Highlighting with such thin lines with this edge highlight. when your paint thins down, it's harder to work with. Locked into an HQ to get their right of war. Yeah, that's true. Yep. And Solar Aux doesn't even get their own unique warlord trait. Yeah, militia are also locked in. You have to have a force commander to get their provenances, which are like their rights of war. I don't know about Demons of the Ruin Storm if they're like that, but just yeah, hyper restrictive on the mortal armies. And I don't know. I would kind of think that that would be on purpose with the release of the rules, because the marine stuff is in plastic and they want people to buy the plastic, so the marine stuff is, they put it above, and it's about the marines mainly, but I don't know. I feel like they really didn't think it through super well. What's interesting, Gosu, is the rules for the game actually leaked online during playtesting. So it's like the Phase 3 playtest for the Horus Heresy. It's like the Legion's Legion Astartes and Legion Hereticus book. And so you can see what they changed. And there was one particular thing, the thing I noticed the most is what they did with the Thousand Suns. I think the one that gives me extra shooting phase so I can shroud twice. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But they had the Thousand Suns rules, and they were like finely written in the playtest. And then what happened was it looked like they just pulled a bunch of stuff out at the last minute, and then forgot they pulled a bunch of rules out of the Thousand Suns rules and just left it as is. Alright, welcome back, Rachel. Welcome back. So the Thousand Suns rules, they took out a bunch of stuff, but then they forgot to reword rules to make the other stuff work. Yeah, so there's a bunch of like little whoopsies like that where the Thousand Suns have weapons that no one can take, and like bolter stuff that no one knows how it works, and just all kinds of stuff like that. It wasn't like that in the playtest rules. The playtest rules were different. Yeah. GW is never known for having good rules for games. Random Heresy scrub, even though I can see glaring yeah. $30 for 3D printed bits, magnetize the weapons, also magnetize the... Wow, okay. Oh, 35. Well, that's not worth it. I mean, magnetized bits for $35, on your $170 Titan isn't bad at all. Okay, 2 more. Not terrible for Questoris kits. $30 for armor kit. Just include a few tiny art. Yeah. Yeah, the Questoris kits have a ton of spare pieces, though. Rex. Yeah, that's funny. My local store still has multiple copies of that set. Just sitting there in the shelf. They had a Krieg box there on Sunday too. I was surprised. Bought 2 of them if they included Canis Rex. Yeah. Ours are so easy to magnetize on my own. Yeah. I generally really like to magnetize my minis. Like, I enjoy the process. Whoever's losing traction? Or is it because they're not Space Marines? I don't know. I don't think it's losing traction. I mean, their sales numbers show that they have been growing like double digits for years at this point. Maybe their supply is just catching up to demand. It might be part of it. I like Blizzard. I really like Blizzard. Alright, last one. Biggest haters of WoW are WoW players, yeah. That's like Star Wars fans. Nobody hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. Wow, like Neo coming out of the Matrix. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, do they really? Please tell me you're serious about that, Zen. The Infinity players going crazy. Yeah, Infinity, it's an old game. Like that's its big draw. It's like a big skirmish game. Yeah, every week they. Oh my god, that gets so annoying. Probably know the dude you're talking about too. Infinity's like it's almost like a legacy game at this point. Like it's been around for so long. It was like really big and then it kind of went away and now it's like getting really big again. The cardboard terrain, yeah. The cardboard terrain was really good in its day. Like when they came up with it, like pre-painted terrain, like it was already the colors that you wanted. And it's a very like 3D game, right? There's a lot of verticality in Infinity. But yeah, compared to today, yeah, it's not the same. Nobody hates a thing like people within the community. Yeah. The order system. I'm not familiar with Infinity's gameplay. My the most experience I have with Infinity was almost painting a commission of Infinity miniatures, where the guy sent me the list of minis, and at the end of or like it was like toward the end, but it was like in the middle of the list, was a link. He sent me links to all the minis. Here you can look at like the studio minis. And there was one link that was not like the others, and when I went to the link, it was like a big like hentai statue, and I was like a big like pinup statue, and I was like, is this one another mini you want painted? And he's like, he's like, yeah, that one. And I was like, okay. I was like, this mini is yeah. I was like, this mini's not. Like it's not Infinity, but also like it was like a big like one, I don't even know, like 1/10 scale or something, like statue. He's like, oh no, the one I want smaller. I was like, oh, okay. I asked him something else, he never responded to me. But I was like, all right. He just he really just wanted that painted. He was trying to like hide it. Like make it not weird. I don't know. I mean, dude, you want your hentai statue painted? Just ask me to paint the hentai statue, okay? I don't know you personally. I'm not gonna call your family and tell them. Everybody gets one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, in your MCP group. Okay, we finished the silver on these guys. Let's do. Let's see if I can't get a couple quick colors done here. Have you seen the domino that Zendral has? That qualifies as as a horny mini. Yep. Yeah, he's got it somewhere in the Discord. You gotta check it out. She's very thick. Cool, green eyes. You here? We're just using a striking scorpion green. In contrast paint. You can tell Zen spent a lot of time on that mini, so. man, it feels good to basically get these minis done. Thank you guys for indulging me. I don't have room on my display shelf. So I can learn about through minis he paints. Yeah. Yep. I mean, Domino clearly works out, right? Something we can all agree on. Hey guys, so Zen said he's going to start playing 30k this year. And so we're going to do that, but then I'm going to try to get him into the old world now, whenever Cathay comes out. Because Valrak actually put out a video talking about new minis that he has heard about, the new minis that are coming for Cathay, and I can bring up pictures of every single one from Total War. Like a lord that turns into a dragon, which is pretty wild. Yeah, or the terracotta warriors, but they're like giants. They're terracotta giants. They're not just like warriors huge. Or the sky lanterns that are like floating, like hot air balloons, basically. Flying like Pegasus Cav. Alright, we got the eyes. Let's go ahead and do another quick thing, because that took us like 2 minutes, so we're going to do a bunch of quick things here. Put that back. I'm going to use black brown. Just a little bit, and this is a dry brush color. Paper towel we can dry brush with. Just doing run into the weapon. Real simple. Need to finish my Tomb Kings. I've been sitting neglected since 2 months after launch. No. I have a Vampire Counts army. I painted about 2,500, 3,000 points last year. And I got a couple other things to paint, but I'm actually looking forward to the new skeleton stuff coming out with Age of Sigmar to collect for my Vampire Counts. So yeah, Fantasy Group is kind of, I don't know, dormant or dead in this area. I'm just kind of sad. I wanted to play some fantasy. Highlight of my work day. I'm meeting at 2 and 2:30. By highlight, do you mean the only things you have to do today? You go into work and just sit around for 4 hours and then... Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for this Old Blight stuff. I want the Vampire Mini, but it'll never fit on the right size rectangular base, so that's never going to happen. I looked on eBay for MCP and left. That's funny. Dude, I was at my local store yesterday, and I saw there were new Star Wars Legion releases. I was like, cool, look at these minis, you know, that's cool. There's some cool stuff. And then I saw the price and I was blown away. Yeah, see you, Gosu. Have a good one, man. They were selling a box of 2 droids for like, it was like $60 retail. And I was like, this is not the Star Wars Legion that I was playing before. It's like I was kind of thinking about jumping. It was the like Aqua droids or whatever, the new droids. And there's 2 minis, or no, there are 4 minis in the box, but it's like a squad, right? Yeah, it's more expensive than GW. And they've always been like $20 to $30 for a squad of infantry. And the fact that they're $60 for those was insanity. I was not too thrilled. That really took the wind out of any sales toward jumping back into Star Wars Legion. I can't believe $60. Like, I paid $60 for like my droid, like AAT, but $60 for some Aqua droids. No bueno. Yeah, when they increase the standard game size up to 1,000 points too, it means you have to have more. So it made armies more expensive. Just from that fact. I don't mind seeing bigger battles, but I do remember everybody struggling to get through 6 turns of a game in a tournament anyway. So doing 6 turns with an extra 20%, extra 25% of your points always seemed like a stretch. These new box sets for existing lines. Hope they don't screw with the minis from X-Men too much. Oh, they are. They totally are. Yeah, I gotta make more money than last year. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're making enough money. If you're not growing, then you're not doing well. I would be, honestly, I'm at the point where I'd be surprised if AMG like lasted more than a couple years. Print was fine, but for 1 toe, oh, that sucks. What were you printing, Groovy? Yeah, I don't know. I could see it where, you know, they have 3 games now, and I don't think either of them are doing super well, whether it's like stock issues or just like people not playing the games. And yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's see real quick if I can't get one more color that we can try to mess with. Let's see if we can't do this green. Yeah, let's do the venture capitalism ploy. Get bought out by investors. Big green there. Where's my sergeant?
First of all, let me take just a moment to thank you for allowing me back into
Hey,
your home.
Peaches, perfect. Welcome. Capitalism, employ. They burn out trying to squeeze. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, how many times do you see, like, someone founds a company and they have, like, a lot of success, but they have, like, a lot of values with the company? And then once they die or whatever, like, everything in the company just gets worse and worse. Because people are like, yeah, this decision will make us more money. How you doing, Peaches? Two $35 box, put in one $60 box. Not sure. Besides, swap out some cards. Oh, okay, huh. Yeah. Oh, I hate venture capitalism. Like that whole thing and how they like kill everything. I have gone on plenty of rants about that. It's Chaos Dragon. Okay. I gotcha. So you're painting a big mini. So when you're saying like one toe didn't print, it's like a big toe because it's a dragon. But also it's Chaos Dragon, so you can just say his toe mutated, right? So hungry, but I want to finish these minis. Let's do one more little brighter shade of it's green. Adding a little bit of ivory into it. All right, have a good one, Zen. Enjoy your meeting. All right, let's get this purple. We need, where's my color here? Dark plum. And surprisingly, where's your other one here? You? Yeah, plum. Dark plum and plum. Procro has amazing purple colors. Dark plum is my favorite of a very good lot of paint. A little bit of this plum into our dark plum. want too stark of a difference in our colors. Okay, and then we'll just take some pure plum, and a little highlight. Okay, let's see if I can't just get a little line here. Okay. Is it right in front of me? Which okay, good. So, one last thing I have to do today. It's a comparison of the two section of Auxilias. I need to put a little bit of white on here, so let's get some white down. I'm gonna highlight that little white banner thing, whatever it is. It's scroll work. I think it's called. We'll call it scroll work. These minis will all need a varnish as well, so that'll kind of tie the colors together a little better. The bum right foot. We actually start the night. Nice. All right. Well, good timing. Yeah, the purple and green's a cool choice. This is actually the Painting Sun's choice for squad number 2 colors here. And it's just the Sergeant and the Vexilla. So we can always come up with more like 2-color combos, but yeah, it looks good. These guys are going to get some matte varnish on them. And then I paint their bases. So we gotta paint the base, and the bases will look like, you see this guy's base. They're already printed. They just need primed and painted. And I'll put a little bit of weathering powder around the lower half of them. Get them all together and they're done. So that is it, guys. That is it. Looking real nice. I am going to jump off for the day. Should be back on tomorrow around 10 a.m. That's the goal. Hopefully starting with some Star Wars Legions stuff. Next commission. Star Wars Legions, some 40k. But yeah, until then, you guys have a wonderful day. And yeah, happy painting, happy hobbying, guys. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.